Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. In the heart of Whitechapel, as the evening wore on, and the industrious clamour of day gave way to the more subdued yet no less insistent murmur of night, a thick, enveloping fog began its descent, like a vast, ethereal curtain drawn, slowly across a stage of cobblestones and narrow lanes. The fog, that most faithful of companions to the weary streets of London, wrapped itself around the gas lamps, whose feeble light struggled valiantly against the encroaching gloom, casting halos that wavered and danced with an otherworldly glow, as though some spectral hand had taken a brush to their edges, blurring the boundary between light and shadow. The air was filled with a peculiar dampness, a moist chill that seemed to seep into the very bones of the city, weaving itself into the fabric of coats and scarves, and lending a peculiar weight to the steps of those who traversed the cobbled pathways. Here and there, the echo of a solitary footstep resonated, a rhythmic accompaniment to the otherwise hushed symphony of the night, as if the city itself whispered secrets to those who cared to listen. Meanwhile, the river, that ancient artery, moved silently, its surface a mirror to the heavens, reflecting the ethereal dance of fog and light, and lending a soft, lulling cadence to the scene. Within the quiet confines of a modest office, Thomas, a figure of unassuming diligence, sat at a desk strewn with papers, the flickering flame of a single candle casting its warm glow upon his features. The ledger before him marked the day's toil, a testament to the commerce and industry that pulsed through the veins of the city. With a practised hand, he closed the book, its leather cover worn and familiar, as he prepared to make his way homeward through the mist-laden streets. He rose with a certain deliberation, his movements echoing the careful precision of the lines he had inscribed upon the pages, and with a gentle click locked the ledger away, securing the day's efforts for another sunrise. As Thomas stepped out into the lane, the fog embraced him like a forgotten friend, its tendrils curling around his form, blurring the edges of the world and softening the harsh angles of reality. The gas lamps, their light diffused into gentle orbs, lined the path like sentinels, guiding his footsteps with their steady, albeit muted, illumination. Each step he took resonated in the quietude, the echoes seeming to linger in the air, mingling with the distant chime of bells that mark the hour with a solemn grace. The people of Whitechapel moved through the fog, their figures indistinct, as if they were mere phantoms conjured by the mist itself. Here, a woman pulled her shawl tighter against the chill. There, a man tipped his hat, a shadow among shadows, acknowledging the shared solitude of the hour. All around, the city breathed in quiet harmony, its rhythms gentle and unhurried, as if the very air conspired to slow the passage of time. The journey homeward was one of reflection, the fog providing a cloak of anonymity, allowing thoughts to wander free, unencumbered by the demands of the day. The gaslights, with their halos of soft luminescence, seemed to whisper of stories untold, of lives intertwined within the great tapestry of the city, each thread a testament to the resilience and quiet fortitude of its inhabitants. As the river whispered its gentle lullaby, the fog continued its descent, a tender shroud that softened the night, inviting all within its embrace to pause, to breathe, and to find solace in the quietude that lay hidden beneath its veil. And so, with a heart attuned to the rhythms of the night, Thomas walked on, his footsteps a measured counterpoint to the symphony of the city, as the fog drew ever closer, wrapping Whitechapel in its gentle embrace, like a mother measured her child to sleep. As Thomas meandered through the winding streets of Whitechapel, his path illuminated sporadically by the flickering gaslights, the atmosphere seemed to transform into a living entity, breathing in rhythm with the gentle pulse of the night. The fog, indeed, was a constant companion, its tendrils curling through the air like ethereal dancers, performing a spectral waltz above the cobblestones. It was a night where sound carried differently, as though each echo was cloaked in a velvet shroud, softening the edges of reality and inviting the soul into a contemplative reverie. As he traversed the narrow lane, Thomas encountered the imposing figure of a watchman, a sentinel of the night, whose silhouette emerged from the mist like a statue carved from shadow. The watchman, a man of stout build and weathered countenance, was leaning casually against the iron railings, his lantern casting a warm pool of light that seemed to battle bravely against the encroaching fog. His eyes, keen and perceptive, caught sight of Thomas, and with a nod that bespoke camaraderie amidst the solitude, he offered a greeting, his voice a deep rumble that harmonized with the night's gentle chorus. "Thicker than the Lord's own silence tonight, isn't it?" he remarked, his words imbued with a wry humour that cut through the gloom like a knife through butter. There was familiarity in his tone, a shared understanding of the peculiarities that such a night could bring. Thomas, who had grown accustomed to these nightly encounters, returned the smile, though he could not entirely quell a flicker of unease that danced at the edges of his consciousness. The watchman's observation seemed to resonate within the depths of Thomas's mind, stirring thoughts that had lain dormant, much like the fog that now enveloped them both. For indeed, there was a silence in the air, a profound stillness that extended beyond the physical realm, touching upon something ineffable, something that whispered of mysteries yet to be unveiled. The very nature of the fog seemed to hold secrets, as though it were a guardian of tales untold, and in its presence, Thomas felt both a sense of wonder and a slight disquiet, as if he were standing on the precipice of a revelation. He nodded in agreement, his smile a quiet acknowledgment of the night's peculiar magic. Yet inwardly, he pondered the curious nature of the watchman's words. It was often said that the fog had a way of magnifying the spirit's whispers, of bringing forth the unspoken yearnings that lay hidden beneath the surface of everyday life. And so, as the mist swirled around them, Thomas found himself contemplating the ephemeral nature of existence, the delicate balance of light and shadow that defined the human experience. With a slight inclination of his head, the watchman bid him good night, his lantern swaying gently as he resumed his patrol, a solitary guardian amidst the spectral mists. Thomas watched him go, the figure gradually dissolving into the fog, until only the faint glow of the lantern remained, a solitary star in a sea of swirling grey. The encounter, though brief, lingered in Thomas's thoughts, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, of the shared humanity that bound them together, even in the quiet solitude of the night. As he continued his journey through the shrouded streets, the fog seemed to close in around him once more, its embrace both comforting and confounding. The lamplight flickered in the distance, casting long shadows that danced upon the walls, while the echo of his footsteps provided a steady rhythm, a counterpoint to the soft whisper of the river that lay beyond. In this world of muted hues and gentle sounds, Thomas found himself lulled into a state of introspection, his mind wandering along paths of memory and imagination, buoyed by the gentle cadence of the night. As Thomas traversed the cobblestones of Hanbury Street, the fog, ever present and yet elusive, wove itself around him like a shroud spun from the finest of silks, its tendrils clinging to the edges of lamplight that flickered with a timid glow in the oppressive night. The gas lamps, standing sentinel against the encroaching gloom, offered their meagre illumination, casting pale halos that struggled to penetrate the mist, while the air, thick with the scent of damp earth and distant rain, seemed to hang with a palpable weight, pressing gently but insistently upon his senses. In this ethereal tableau, where the boundaries of reality blurred into the fantastical, Thomas became acutely aware of another presence, one that had hitherto escaped his notice. It was not the spectral figures that one might expect to encounter in a place so steeped in shadow and whispering history, but rather an auditory companion, a set of footsteps that echoed his own with a disconcerting precision. Each footfall, resonant and deliberate, followed his with an interval too measured and too precise to be dismissed as mere coincidence, or the result of his own echo rebounding from the narrow confines of the street. This unexpected accompaniment, this ghostly mimicry of his own tread, pulled Thomas from his reverie, prompting him to slow his pace and listen with an intensity born of equal parts curiosity and unease. The footsteps, steady and relentless, continued unabated, matching his every pause and advance as if engaged in a silent dance of shadows and echoes. He turned his head slightly, straining to pierce the veil of fog that obscured his vision, but the street lay empty, the houses lining either side looming silently, their windows dark and unyielding, offering no hint of life or movement within. Thomas, though not given to flights of fancy or superstition, could not help but feel a shiver of apprehension, a sensation both foreign and familiar in this city of contrasts, where the boundary between the living and the spectral was often as indistinct as the fog itself. The rhythm of the footsteps, now an almost comforting presence, continued to guide him, a metronome in the symphony of the night, as he resumed his journey with a renewed awareness of his surroundings. As he walked, the soft susurration of the river drifted to him once more, a gentle murmur that seemed to whisper secrets of the past, tales of bygone days and forgotten dreams carried upon the current to some distant shore. The river, an eternal witness to the city's myriad tales, flowed onward, indifferent to the passage of time and the ephemeral lives that played out upon its banks, its presence a constant and calming force, provided a counterpoint to the footsteps that remained his unseen companion, a reminder of the ever-present duality of existence. Thus accompanied, Thomas found his thoughts returning to the myriad faces and stories that populated the city, each a thread in the vast tapestry of life, woven together in patterns both intricate and unfathomable. The fog, the lamps, the echoing footsteps, all conspired to create a world that was at once tangible and dreamlike, a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary existed side by side, each lending a measure of grace and mystery to the other. And so, as Hanbury Street stretched out before him, disappearing into the embrace of the night, Thomas continued on, his steps measured and unhurried, attuned to the rhythm of the world around him, the footsteps, ever present and reassuring, accompanied him still, a reminder that in this city of shadows and light, one was never truly alone. The air, thick with the promise of rain, whispered softly of change, of new beginnings, and the inexorable march of time. As the fog wrapped itself around him once more, a gentle embrace that spoke of secrets yet to be revealed. With each step, Thomas allowed himself to be drawn deeper into this world of half-light and mystery, the echoes of the city weaving themselves into the fabric of his thoughts, until the street, the night, and the gentle rhythm of footsteps became a part of him, a lullaby of stone and mist that carried him forward into the unknown. The narrow lanes of Whitechapel, veiled in a gossamer shroud of fog that clung to the night like an old, familiar cloak, seemed to whisper their tales of yore in hushed tones, as if the very stones beneath his feet retained the memory of countless footsteps. Thomas, a solitary figure amidst this urban tapestry, moved with a deliberation that belied the restlessness of his thoughts, each stride measured, each breath a silent companion to the rhythm of the city. The gaslights flickered with a languid grace, casting pools of dim illumination that wavered like reflections on a troubled sea, their light both revealing and concealing the secrets that lay in the shadows. Occasionally, a distant church bell tolled, its mournful note echoing through the mist, a reminder of time's inexorable march. As he passed by a shuttered shop window, its glass clouded with the breath of the night, something in his periphery caught his attention, and he turned ever so slightly to catch a glimpse of a companion that had not been there a moment before. It was a figure that walked in perfect harmony with his own gait, yet it was not an adversary nor a friend. It was, in fact, his own reflection, but altered, touched by some enigmatic hand of time. The figure in the glass seemed older, its countenance marked by the pallor of years, the eyes holding a strange, glassy quality, as though they had gazed upon lifetimes of sorrow and joy, and now reflected only a deep, abiding wisdom. This spectral likeness, so familiar and yet so foreign, lingered in the window pane, a silent echo of what might be or what had been, a doppelganger that walked the thin line between reality and reverie. Thomas found himself drawn to the apparition, compelled by an inexplicable pull to discern the truth that lay beneath the surface of this mirrored visage. The fog swirled around him, a gentle caress that seemed to urge him onward, while the gaslights flickered with a sympathetic nod, their glow a gentle affirmation of the night's mysteries. As he continued on his path, The reflection remained at his side for a time, a constant reminder of the duality of existence, where past and present intertwine in the soft embrace of the night. The streets, lined with cobblestones worn smooth by the passage of countless souls, echoed with the soft tap of his footsteps, each note blending seamlessly into the symphony of the city, a melody that was at once familiar and strange, comforting yet tinged with an undercurrent of the unknown. The thick air was imbued with the scent of damp earth and distant rain, a fragrant reminder of the world beyond the fog. The vision in the window slowly faded from view, leaving Thomas alone once more with his thoughts. Yet something lingered, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that suggested the presence of unseen forces at play. His mind, like the streets around him, was a labyrinth of possibilities, each turn revealing another facet of the night's enigma. The echoes of his steps seemed to multiply, reverberating through the alleyways in a manner that was both measured and eerie, as if the very essence of the night conspired to lull him into a deeper contemplation. In the quiet solitude of his journey, Thomas found a certain peace in the rhythm of his steps, a harmony that resonated with the ebb and flow of the city. The fog, with its gentle embrace, became a confidant, holding his secrets as tenderly as it held the secrets of the streets. The soft glow of the gaslights, the distant murmur of the river, the echoing toll of the bells, all conspired to create a world suspended in time, a place where past and future danced together in the quiet harmony of the present moment. And so, as he walked onward into the night, Thomas felt a strange kinship with the spectre in the glass, a connection that transcended the boundaries of time and space, a reminder that we are all reflections of our own making, shaped by the world, and yet shaping it in return. With each step, he allowed himself to be carried forward by the gentle lull of the night, into the heart of the mystery that awaited him. The night had settled over Whitechapel with a heavy, enveloping quietude, the kind that seemed to creep into the very bones of the city, rendering it still and expectant. The fog, ever the city's shroud, hung low and thick, curling around the gaslights with an ethereal grace, blurring their glow into soft halos of pale luminescence. The cobbled streets, slick from the earlier drizzle, whispered underfoot as Thomas continued his solitary promenade, each step echoing faintly against the brick and mortar facades lining his path. The air was imbued with the faintest chill, the sort that heralds the turning of the hour, the cusp between one day and the next. As Thomas approached a lone street lamp, its light faltering and fitful, he paused to observe its struggle against the encroaching darkness. The lamp flickered, casting capricious shadows that danced upon the ground in a ghostly ballet, before succumbing at last to the night, its flame sputtering out with a final, resigned sigh. In the absence of its glow, the street was plunged into an embrace of shadow, a velvet darkness that heightened the senses, amplifying the distant murmur of the river, the faint clatter of a carriage wheel in some far-off alley, and the occasional, indistinct murmur of voices carried on the wind. And then, from the depths of this quietude, there came the sound of the clock striking 12, its resonant chimes rolling out across the city like the tolling of some ancient bell, marking the solemn passage of time. Each sonorous note seemed to linger in the air, hanging like a benediction over the sleeping city, or perhaps a warning, a reminder of the inexorable march of hours. Thomas listened, his heart beating in time with each chime until the last reverberation faded into silence, leaving the air heavy and expectant once more. The sudden stillness that followed was profound, a tangible presence that pressed against the skin, drawing attention to the subtlest of sounds, the faint rustle of leaves in a nearby tree, the distant thrum of life continuing in quiet corners of the city, unnoticed and unremarked upon. There was a certain coldness to the air now, a crispness that spoke of nights to come, of frost and hearth fires, of windows shuttered against the chill. Yet it was not an unpleasant cold. Rather, it was invigorating in its purity, a clarion call to those who might heed it. Thomas stood for a moment longer, allowing the night to wash over him, to seep into him, filling the spaces between thought and action with its gentle insistence. The darkness was not a thing to be feared, he realized, but something to be embraced, for within it lay the promise of renewal, of possibilities unseen and unimagined. As he began to move once more, the fog parted before him like a curtain, revealing the path ahead with each step, guiding him along the winding streets of Whitechapel, where the spectres of the past and the whispers of the present entwined in a tapestry of memory and anticipation. The way was lit now by the scattered glow of distant lamps, their light flickering uncertainly in the mist, casting long, wavering shadows that seemed almost alive in their movement. Each lamp bore witness to the night's passage, steadfast sentinels against the encroaching dark, their gas flames a testament to man's triumph over the elements. Yet, even in their defiance, there was a fragility to them, a reminder of the impermanence of all things, of the delicate balance between light and dark, between certainty and the unknown. Thus, enveloped in the quietude of the hour, Thomas continued his journey, his footsteps tracing an invisible path through the fog-draped streets. The night had its own rhythm, its own cadence, a gentle lullaby that soothed the soul and quieted the mind, inviting reflection and introspection. And so, as the echoes of his passage faded into the distance, he found himself drawn ever deeper into the mystery that lay ahead, buoyed by the knowledge that, in the heart of darkness, there is always light to be found. In the dim, whispering heart of the Whitechapel, where the fog clung to the cobblestones like a shroud, there emerged a figure from the mists, ethereal and yet substantial, a spectre not of terror, but of profound melancholy. The apparition stood before him, illuminated by the flickering gaslight that cast long shadows upon the damp pavement, its presence both commanding and sorrowful. It was as if the very air held its breath, the usual cacophony of the night subdued to a hush, leaving only the soft steps of nocturnal wanderers and the distant murmur of the unseen river weaving through the city like a silken thread. The spectre, though formless, bore a visage not of horror, but of sadness, invoking an inexplicable familiarity that stirred within him memories long past, buried beneath the layers of time and forgetfulness. Its eyes, dark as the void yet filled with a luminous understanding, met his with a gaze that seemed to pierce the very fabric of his being, unravelling the threads of his existence in the quiet solitude of the shadowed street. The night itself seemed to lean in, listening, as though the fog and the gaslight, the echoes and the silence, all conspired to frame this moment in a tableau of poignant beauty. "You have forgotten what time costs," the spectre intoned, its voice a soft echo of his own, reverberating through the stillness like a gentle admonition. There was no rebuke in its words, only a profound sorrow that permeated the air, a reminder of the inexorable passage of time, relentless in its march, leaving naught but memories in its wake. As he listened, the words seemed to resonate with a truth he had long resisted, a reminder of opportunities lost, of moments unseized, drifting away like leaves on the tide of life. The gaslight flickered, casting an ephemeral glow upon the spectre's translucent form, and with each wavering flame, the shadows danced upon the cobbles in a silent ballet, their movements graceful and fluid. The fog swirled languidly around them, a gentle susurration that seemed to whisper of things unseen, of mysteries untold, and in that moment, time itself seemed to pause, suspended in the delicate balance of night and dawn, of memory and forgetfulness. He stood transfixed, the weight of the spectre's words settling upon him like a mantle, heavy with the knowledge of his own mortality. Yet within that weight lay the seeds of understanding, of redemption. The spectre, though sorrowful, was not a harbinger of doom, but rather a guide, urging him to reflect upon the choices made, the paths not taken, and to find within himself the courage to embrace the light amidst the encroaching shadows. The night, with its myriad sounds and silences, continued to weave its own gentle symphony, the distant river a faint, rhythmic pulse that beat in time with the city's heart. The spectre, ever patient, lingered beside him, a silent companion in the solitude, its presence a balm to the weary spirit, offering solace in the form of reflection and introspection. The fog, ever present, swirled in eddies around them, a soft embrace that seemed to cradle the world in its gauzy folds, blurring the edges of reality and dream. And so, as he stood in the quiet embrace of the night, the spectre's words echoing within him, he found a measure of peace, a resolution to seek the balance between light and shadow, between past and present. The lamplight wavered, casting its gentle glow upon the scene, and in that tender illumination he felt the stirrings of a new dawn, a promise of renewal and hope. The spectre, its task fulfilled, began to fade into the fog, its form dissolving into the night, leaving only the lingering echo of its voice, a soft reminder of the truths imparted. He watched as the spectre vanished, the night reclaiming its own, and with a heart both heavy and light, he turned to continue his journey, buoyed by the knowledge that in the heart of darkness there is always light to be found. In the dimly lit thoroughfare of Whitechapel, the night air hung thick with a fog so dense it seemed to press against the windows of shuttered shops and silent homes, muffling the sounds of the city until they were but ghostly echoes of themselves. The gaslights, with their flickering flames, cast long shadows that danced across cobblestones, whispering secrets into the night, and as the man moved forward, his footsteps created a soft, rhythmic cadence that seemed to harmonize with the gentle susurrus of the Thames beyond, its waters lapping languidly against the banks. It was in this ethereal landscape, where the boundary between the seen and the unseen seemed to blur, that he found himself drawn to a place of once great significance, now fallen into quiet disrepair, a post office, long abandoned, its windows darkened, and its door slightly ajar as if inviting him to enter. The facade, though aged and weathered by time, still bore the remnants of its former dignity, the name of the establishment faintly visible beneath a layer of soot and grime. He paused for a moment at the threshold, feeling the weight of history pressing upon him, before stepping inside, the door creaking softly in protest. Within the confines of this forgotten place, the air was stagnant, carrying the scent of old paper and dust, mingling with the faintest trace of ink. Rows of empty shelves lined the walls, once filled with letters and parcels destined to reach the far corners of the world, now lying barren, save for the occasional cobweb that shimmered in the dim light. The silence was profound, broken only by the distant tolling of a church bell, its sound resonating through the stillness like a gentle admonition from the past. As his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he noticed a solitary desk positioned against the far wall, its surface cluttered with the detritus of years gone by. Amongst the discarded envelopes and brittle papers, something caught his eye, a letter, yellowed with age, yet strangely familiar in its appearance. With a heart that quickened its pace, he approached the desk and reached for the missive, noting with astonishment the handwriting upon its surface. It was unmistakably his own, penned with the care and precision of a younger man. He turned the letter over in his hands, the address upon it bringing a flood of memories, bitter-sweet and poignant, rushing to the fore. It was meant for her, the woman he had once loved with an intensity that seemed to encompass the entirety of his being, yet whom he had never wed. The reasons for this remained, even now, an intricate tapestry of circumstance and choice, woven with threads of hope and regret. He had written to her in the hope of bridging the chasm that had opened between them, seeking to convey what words alone could scarcely express. With trembling fingers, he unfolded the letter, the paper crackling softly in the stillness, and began to read the words he had penned so long ago. Each sentence was imbued with the fervour of youthful passion, each phrase a testament to the depth of feeling that had consumed him. As he read, he was transported back to a time when the future seemed full of endless possibilities, when love was a force that could conquer all obstacles, and when the world was a canvas upon which their shared dreams could be painted. Yet, as he reached the letter's conclusion, he was reminded of the cruel hand of fate that had intervened, preventing its delivery and altering the course of their lives irrevocably. The letter had remained here, untouched and unread, a silent witness to the passage of years and the inevitability of change. He folded it once more, the act feeling both final and liberating, as if by acknowledging what was lost, he could finally move forward unburdened by the weight of what might have been. The spectre of regret lingered in the recesses of his mind, yet as he stood there, enveloped in the quietude of the abandoned post office, he found solace in the knowledge that the past, with all its joys and sorrows, was but a part of the greater tapestry of life. In the dim glow of the gaslight that seeped through the windows, he saw not only the shadows of what was lost, but also the promise of what could still be found. With a heart both heavy and light, he turned to leave, the letter carefully placed within his coat pocket, a reminder of the enduring power of love and memory. As he stepped back out into the night, the fog embraced him once more, its tendrils wrapping around him like a gentle shroud, and the soft echo of his footsteps carried him onward, towards the unknown future that awaited him. As he moved forward, guided by the soft, ethereal glow of the gas lamps that lined the cobbled streets, the night seemed to breathe with a life of its own, enveloping him in a cocoon of tranquility and reflection. The fog, ever present, and dutiful in its role as a silent companion, whispered around him, its cool fingers mingling with the warm glow of the lamps, creating a tableau of shifting shadows and fleeting light. In this half-world of dim illumination and softened edges, he found his thoughts drifting back to the letter he had just read, its faded script a bridge to a time long past yet not forgotten. The words on the page, though worn by the passage of time, had the power to conjure images vivid and bright as if painted upon the canvas of his mind. He could see her face, younger and full of life, a smile playing upon her lips as easily as sunlight upon the morning dew. Her laughter, like the tinkling of far-off church bells, seemed to fill the air around him, a melody both haunting and sweet, resonating with memories of days when time felt as abundant as the air he breathed. The echoes of her voice, woven with love and unspoken promises, wrapped around his heart, a gentle reminder of the bonds that, though stretched by time and distance, had never truly broken. As he strolled along the quiet streets, the distant peal of church bells reached his ears, mingling with the imagined laughter, and creating a symphony that seemed to rise and fall with the rhythm of his steps. Each note, carried upon the night air, whispered of moments shared and dreams once nurtured, their echoes a testament to the enduring nature of human connection. The bells, with their solemn yet comforting toll, seemed to speak of constancy amidst change, of the cyclical passage of time that, while relentless, maintained a certain grace in its inevitability. In this reverie, the world around him softened and blurred, the fog merging with the shadows to create a landscape both familiar and strange. The occasional passerby emerged from the mist, their faces obscured, but their presence a reminder of the city's ceaseless life, an ever-turning wheel of stories and fates intertwined. They moved with purpose, and yet with an air of quiet contemplation, their footsteps a gentle percussion to the symphony of night sounds that enveloped him. The street, with its cobbles slicked by the evening's dampness, seemed to be a river of stone, carrying him onward to destinations both known and yet to be discovered. As he walked, the rhythm of his steps matched the cadence of his thoughts, a gentle, lulling pattern that invited reflection and introspection. The fog, now a familiar companion, seemed to part and close around him with each step, its tendrils reaching out to touch the world, and then retreating, as if in a dance with the night. The gaslights flickered softly, their glow a beacon of warmth and safety amid the encroaching darkness, casting long shadows that wavered like memories just out of reach. Each pool of light he passed through felt like a moment suspended in time, a brief respite from the march of hours, where past and present could coexist in a harmony both delicate and profound. Thus he wandered, his mind a tapestry of recollections and hopes, the night air cool and refreshing against his skin. The fog, the lamps, the distant bells, all conspired to weave a narrative of their own, a story of continuity and change, of the eternal dance between remembrance and anticipation. And as he walked, the city itself seemed to breathe with him, a living entity that embraced him with its myriad sounds and silences, its heart beating in time with his own. In this manner, he journeyed through the night, each step a gentle progression towards whatever lay ahead, the echoes of the past his constant companions, the fog, ever present, whispered promises of new beginnings, even as it held within its folds the tender spectres of what had been. And so, with a heart both lightened by memory and buoyed by hope, he continued his path, the night enfolding him with its quiet grace, leading him softly into the embrace of the unknown. The night air was thick with the dense embrace of fog, weaving through the cobbled streets of Whitechapel like a spectral hand reaching back through time, and it was amidst this nebulous shroud that he found himself lost in the reverie of days long past, a solitary figure in a world both familiar and distant. He walked with measured steps, each echo reverberating softly, as if the very stones beneath his feet held the secrets of his soul. The gaslights, standing sentinel in their iron posts, cast their flickering glow through the mist, illuminating his path with a gentle, if somewhat mournful, luminescence that seemed to dance in harmony with the memories that played upon his mind. It was a day much like this one, shrouded in the persistent fog that clung to the city like a melancholic veil, that he recalled with a tenderness tinged with regret. The world had seemed to conspire in whispers and muted colours, as if urging him to pause amidst the rush of obligations that tugged at the hems of his coat. He remembered the letter, its paper crisp and white, yet burdened with the weight of unspoken words and unfulfilled promises. It had been entrusted to him with the earnestness of youth, a missive from one heart to another, containing within its folds the delicate promise of affection, and perhaps something more, something that, in the light of his present solitude, he could only now fully comprehend. And yet, despite the yearning that the letter represented, he had allowed duty to eclipse desire, choosing the cold, methodical demands of his daily toil over the warmth of human connection. The decision had seemed prudent at the time, for the world was as it always had been, unforgiving in its expectations, relentless in its pursuit of progress, and he, a mere cog in its vast machine. The letter remained undelivered, its contents forever locked in the silence of unspoken love, its intended recipient left to wonder at the absence of a reply that might have changed the course of two lives. As he walked, the memory of that fateful choice lingered like a shadow, following him with a gentle persistence that was neither accusatory nor absolving. It was simply a part of him, woven into the fabric of his being, much like the fog that now surrounded him, enveloping the world in its soft embrace. The city, with its myriad sounds, the distant tolling of a church bell, the faint clip-clop of a horse-drawn carriage, played a symphony of solitude, each note a reminder of the paths not taken, the words not spoken, the love not pursued. There, in the midst of this quiet contemplation, he found a certain solace, a recognition that life, in all its complexity, was a tapestry of choices, each thread contributing to the larger pattern of existence. The fog, with its ethereal quality, seemed to whisper of possibilities yet to come, of new beginnings hidden within its folds, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to seek them. And though the letter remained undelivered, its presence in his memory was a gentle nudge, urging him to embrace the present with a heart open to the whispers of opportunity, even as he walked the familiar streets of his past. The night deepened, and with it, the fog thickened, drawing in closer around him, cushioning the world in its soft, silent folds. The gaslights continued their steadfast vigil, casting pools of light that shimmered like small, hopeful beacons amidst the shadowed streets. He paused for a moment, allowing the quiet to seep into his bones, to fill the spaces left by unspoken words and unfulfilled promises. It was a moment of stillness, of acceptance, as he breathed in the cool night air, letting it cleanse the remnants of regret from his heart. With a gentle resolve, he continued on his way, the echoes of his footsteps blending with the distant sounds of the sleeping city. The fog, ever present, wrapped around him like a guardian of secrets, its promises whispered in the language of dreams. He moved forward with a renewed sense of purpose, guided by the soft glow of gaslight and the intangible pull of hope that lay just beyond the horizon, waiting to be discovered anew. In the heart of Whitechapel, where the cobblestones seemed to murmur beneath the weight of history, the air was thick with the palpable stillness of a world poised between dreams and reality. The fog, a loyal companion to the night, wove its intricate tapestry through the narrow streets, cloaking all in a shroud of soft mystery. Here, the gaslights cast their gentle halos, illuminating the path with an ethereal glow that danced in rhythm with the echoes of long-forgotten voices, whispering tales of yore as if in conversation with the very stones that bore silent witness to the passage of time. Amidst this scene, the spectre, a figure both of shadow and light, materialized with the grace of a memory recalled in a moment of quiet reflection. It was neither an apparition of terror nor a harbinger of ill omen, but rather a presence imbued with the gentle authority of wisdom accrued through countless ages. As it moved with the fluidity of mist across the cobbles, the spectre paused, its gaze as penetrating as it was compassionate, surveying the landscape of human endeavour and folly with an understanding born of long observation. "Every choice keeps its hour," it murmured, its voice a soft cadence that seemed to float upon the fog, mingling with the nocturnal symphony of the city. "Some hours are still waiting to be struck." The words, though spoken in the hushed tones of reverent introspection, carried with them the weight of profound truth. They were a reminder of the inexorable passage of time and the enduring consequences of our actions, resonating like the toll of a distant bell marking the inevitable march of the hours. The streets, winding and labyrinthine, seemed to stretch infinitely before the spectre, each corner and alley offering a new tableau of life subtly unfolding in the embrace of night. Here, the river, a silent witness to the dramas played upon its banks, whispered its own secrets to the night air, its gentle flow a counterpoint to the steady beat of time. There, a solitary figure, wrapped against the chill, passed beneath the flickering lamplight, their footsteps a solitary drumbeat in the symphony of the night, each step a testament to the journey undertaken, both literal and metaphorical. The spectre's presence was a balm against the solitude of the night, a reminder that, though unseen, the past and future walk beside us, their lessons etched into the very fabric of the air we breathe. The fog, ever loyal, wrapped tighter around this spectral figure, as if to shield it from the harshness of the world, to hold it in a moment of suspended grace where time itself seemed to pause, taking a breath before the inevitable continuation of its relentless flow. As the spectre moved once more, its words lingered, floating on the air like the melody of a half-remembered song, measured in its familiarity yet profound in its message. The lamplights blinked in knowing acknowledgement, their flickering glow a gentle nod to the truths that lay hidden in the folds of the night. The echoes of footsteps, soft against the cobbles, carried on the breeze, a tender reminder that in this vast expanse of darkness, the journey of the soul is eternal and unending, each step imbued with purpose, each choice a thread in the tapestry of existence. With each passing moment, the city seemed to breathe in harmony with the spectre, its breath a slow, rhythmic ebb and flow that mirrored the gentle pulse of life. The fog, the gaslights, the river, and the footsteps all wove together in a symphony of tranquillity, a lullaby for the weary and the wakeful alike. As the spectre faded into the mist, its presence remained a comforting shadow, a guardian of the night, watching over the sleeping city with a serene grace that promised the dawn yet to come, the new choices waiting to be made. As they traversed the cobblestone streets of Whitechapel, the fog enveloped them in its gentle embrace, a gauzy shroud that softened the harsh angles of the city and rendered the familiar unfamiliar, yet strangely comforting. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and distant smoke, mingling with the faint aroma of freshly baked bread from a nearby bakery that persisted in its night-long toil. Above them, the gaslights flickered like ancient sentinels, casting their warm, golden glow upon the figures that passed beneath their watchful gaze. These figures, spectral in the half-light, moved with the languid grace of those for whom time was both an ally and an adversary. Each step an echo of lives lived in quiet perseverance. Within this nocturnal procession, there were the workers, their faces lined with the cares of a day spent in honest, if arduous, labour. They trudged homeward with heavy boots that struck a steady rhythm upon the stones, a testament to their unyielding spirit. Side by side with them walked the lovers, their whispers barely audible above the sigh of the evening breeze, their hands entwined as if to ward off the chill of the approaching dawn. These, too, were joined by the beggars, clad in garments that spoke of long-neglected fortunes, their eyes scanning the shadows for the promise of a coin or a crumb, each step a silent prayer to the mercies of the night. As they continued along the winding path, the echoes of their footsteps mingled with the distant tolling of a church bell, its sonorous notes drifting through the fog like a gentle reminder of time's inexorable march. The river, hidden from view, but ever present, whispered its own secrets to the night, its waters lapping softly against the banks as if in a tender embrace. The world seemed suspended in a moment of perfect stillness, where past and present intertwined, and the future loomed like a distant star, its light as yet unseen. In this quiet communion, the city seemed to breathe as one, its heart beating in time with the unseen currents that flowed beneath its streets. Here and there, a lone figure would pause beneath the lamplight, their silhouette etched in shadow as they gazed into the distance, lost in thought or memory, before moving on, a solitary actor in this nocturnal tableau. Each played their part with unspoken grace, their stories woven into the tapestry of the night, a testament to the enduring human spirit that thrived amidst the fog and the shadows. As the streets led them onward, the landscape shifted subtly, the narrow alleys and broad thoroughfares giving way to the quieter corners of Whitechapel, where the fog clung more closely to the ground, and the gaslights burned with the softer glow. Here, the echoes of the past seemed to linger, a whisper of forgotten tales that called out to those who cared to listen. The buildings, with their weathered facades and ivy-clad walls, stood as silent witnesses to the passage of time, their windows reflecting the flickering light like the eyes of the ancient seers, wise and knowing. It was in these moments, as they moved through the fog-draped streets, that the city revealed its true nature, a living, breathing entity that held within its embrace the hopes and dreams of all who called it home. The spectre of Whitechapel, though unseen, was ever present, a guardian of this twilight realm, its spirit woven into the very fabric of the night. Each step forward was a step into the unknown, a journey through the shadows that promised new beginnings and endless possibilities, a reminder that even in the darkest hour, the dawn was but a breath away. And so, as they continued on their way, the fog, the gaslights, and the echoing footsteps all played their part in this symphony of tranquility, a gentle lullaby for the city that never truly slept. In the distance, the first light of dawn began to stir, a soft promise of the day to come, and with it the choices that awaited those who walked these storied streets. As they turned the corner, their figures faded into the mist, leaving behind only the soft murmur of the river and the distant tolling of the bell, a comforting echo that would guide them home. In the dim, ethereal glow of a fog-laden Whitechapel morning, where the streets seemed to stretch into infinity, and the gaslights flickered with a ghostly dance, there resided a peculiar little stall. This humble establishment, nestled at the corner of a narrow alley, was managed by a small boy whose years belied the depth of wisdom etched upon his youthful visage. His hands, nimble and dexterous, moved with the practised precision of one who had long been acquainted with the art of mending the broken and giving new life to the discarded. Here, amidst the cobblestones slick with the dew of dawn, the boy displayed an assortment of pocket watches, each one a testament to time's relentless march. Some were tarnished and worn, their surfaces bearing the scars of their journeys. Others, though cracked, still retained a glimmer of their former glory. The boy, with eyes bright and hopeful, offered these relics of time to the passers-by, his voice a melodic cadence that rose and fell like the gentle lapping of the river against its banks. Among those who traversed this fog-bound corner was an enigmatic figure, a spectre more than a man, who drifted through the mist with an air of quiet contemplation. The spectre's presence, though often unnoticed by those engrossed in their own affairs, cast a subtle enchantment over the scene, as though time itself paused to acknowledge his passage. He approached the boy with a serene grace, his footsteps echoing softly in the tranquil morning air. "Good morrow, young sir," the spectre intoned, his voice as smooth and timeless as the river's flow. "I see you possess a fine collection of timepieces. Pray, might I examine one?" The boy, accustomed to the whims and fancies of his clientele, nodded eagerly, his small hand selecting a watch that, though outwardly unremarkable, held within it the essence of countless stories. He handed it to the spectre with a reverence befitting the exchange, his eyes wide with anticipation. As the spectre cradled the watch in his palm, the air around them seemed to still, the fog embracing them in a gentle shroud. With delicate precision, he wound the watch, his fingers moving with an elegance that bespoke of ages past. The watch, as if awakening from a long slumber, ticked to life with a steady rhythm, its sound a harmonious accompaniment to the world around them. The boy watched in awe as the spectre, with a benevolent smile, extended the now functioning watch towards an approaching figure. It was Thomas, a man of humble means and earnest heart, whose days were spent in quiet industry. The spectre placed the watch in Thomas's hand, a gift imbued with the promise of moments yet to come. "May it serve you well," the spectre murmured, his words carrying the weight of a blessing. "For time, in all its fleeting beauty, is a gift best cherished." Thomas, taken aback by the unexpected generosity, could only nod his gratitude, his voice caught somewhere between surprise and humility. The watch, its ticking a gentle reminder of life's constancy, seemed to pulse with a warmth that belied its metallic form. As the spectre turned to depart, the boy watched him fade into the mist, his heart filled with a quiet sense of wonder. The stall, though momentarily bereft of its spectral visitor, remained a haven of possibility, where broken things found new purpose, and time, in its infinite wisdom, continued its ceaseless dance. The streets of Whitechapel, shrouded in their morning mist, echoed with the soft symphony of life awakening. The fog, ever present and all-encompassing, wrapped the world in its embrace, while the river whispered its eternal secrets to those who cared to listen. The gaslights, steadfast in their vigil, flickered with a gentle persistence, illuminating the path of those who wandered beneath their glow. And so, as the spectre's footsteps faded into the distance, the boy returned to his watchful post, his heart lightened by the morning's quiet magic. The river, with its measured murmur, flowed on, weaving its way through the tapestry of the city, a constant companion to those who called its banks their home. In the heart of the night, amidst the labyrinthine alleyways of Whitechapel, the air hung thick with the familiar presence of a London fog, enfolding the cobbled streets in its damp embrace. The gaslights stood as solitary sentinels, their flickering flames casting long shadows that danced with a ghostly grace, as if choreographed by the unseen spectre that wandered these same streets. The city was wrapped in a shroud of silence, punctuated only by the occasional echo of distant footsteps, a testament to the unyielding life that pulsed beneath the surface of the slumbering metropolis. Yet, in the midst of this nocturnal stillness, there came a sound that seemed to rise from the very depths of the earth, resonating through the mist-laden air with a solemnity that demanded reverence. It was the tolling of the bell from Christchurch Spitalfields, a sonorous voice that marked the passage of time with unerring precision. As the clock struck 1, its deep chime reverberated through the streets, a reminder of the inexorable march of hours that governed the lives of all who dwelt in this teeming city. With each peal, the outline of the spectre seemed to waver, as if the ethereal form were subject to the same temporal laws as the world it haunted. The chime carried with it a weight that bore down upon the figure, causing its translucent contours to blur and fade, like a memory half recalled or a dream on the cusp of waking. The spectre, whose presence had been a constant in the night, now appeared as a mere shadow of its former self, its substance dissipating with each successive toll. The bell's resonant voice echoed through the narrow lanes and wide thoroughfares alike, a clarion call that reached even the most secluded corners of the district. It was a sound that spoke to the heart, a reminder of the eternal cycles of life that persisted despite the darkness that often enveloped the soul. The chime was a balm, a gentle nudge towards introspection, urging those who heard it to reflect upon the transient nature of existence. As the final toll faded into the distance, the fog seemed to thicken, as if to fill the space left by the spectre's retreating form. The river, with its ceaseless flow, murmured softly, a lullaby of water that spoke of journeys unending, of destinations unknown. The gaslights continued their vigil, their light a beacon of hope in the enveloping gloom, guiding those who ventured forth into the night with a steadfast assurance. The world, though shrouded in mist and shadow, held within it the promise of dawn, a pledge that the spectre's departure was but a part of the natural order. The streets would soon awaken to the bustle of day. The fog would lift to reveal the familiar contours of the city, and the tolling bell would once more mark the passage of time, a constant in a world ever changing. As the echoes of the bell's chime slowly faded, the city seemed to draw a collective breath, as if preparing for the dawn that lay just beyond the horizon. The spectre, now a mere whisper in the annals of Whitechapel's history, left behind a silence that was filled with the promise of renewal, a reminder that even in the deepest night, there is always the certainty of morning. In the dim-lit streets of Whitechapel, where gas lamps cast their flickering glow upon cobblestones worn smooth by the passage of countless footsteps, Thomas found himself ensnared in a reverie both enlightening and disconcerting. The fog, a perennial companion in this part of the city, curled around him like a cloak, its tendrils weaving through the night air, softening the edges of reality and blurring the line between the tangible and the spectral. It was in this quietude, amid the gentle murmur of the river not far off, that Thomas felt the weight of his own heart, burdened with truths long concealed. As he walked, the echoes of his footsteps mingling with the distant sounds of the city, Thomas began to speak, his voice a mere murmur against the backdrop of the night. "I feared to live freely," he admitted, his words carried away by the fog, as if the very air sought to absorb his confession and shield him from the harshness of self-reproach. "I sought safety in the familiar, in the routine, in the chains of my own making," he continued, each word a step in a journey of introspection, as he acknowledged the bars of the cage he had built around himself. The spectre, a silent witness to this unfolding revelation, regarded Thomas with a benevolence that belied its ghostly nature. Its smile, gentle and understanding, seemed to illuminate the darkness, offering a quiet assurance that in the acknowledgement of one's fears lay the potential for liberation. For what are we, it seemed to imply, if not the sum of our experiences, both the shadows and the light, the chains we fashion and the keys we hold? As the gaslights flickered, casting their warm glow upon the fog, Thomas's thoughts drifted to the days he had spent chasing shadows, the nights he had lain awake, haunted by the spectres of his own making. He realized, with a clarity that pierced the gloom, that the very safety he had sought had become his prison, each link of the chain forged in moments of hesitation and doubt. Yet now, wrapped in the night and the comforting presence of the spectre, he found a strange solace in the realization that he was not alone in his fears, that the city itself, with its dark alleys and hidden corners, was home to many such confessions, whispered into the night by souls seeking redemption. The spectre's smile seemed to linger in the air, a gentle reminder that transformation is born of understanding, and that the fog, though it may obscure, also lends an air of mystery to the familiar, inviting exploration beyond the known. In the silence that followed, broken only by the distant tolling of a bell and the soft rustle of a breeze through the trees, Thomas felt a lightness, as if the very act of speaking had loosened the chains that bound him, leaving him free to step forward into the unknown. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of soft pink and gold, Thomas turned his gaze towards the east, where the promise of a new day awaited. The fog, now thinning, revealed the outlines of the city, a tapestry of lives and stories, each thread woven into the fabric of the Whitechapel's history. And in that moment, as the spectre faded into the morning mist, Thomas understood that his journey was but a part of a larger narrative, one of change and renewal, of night giving way to day. The city's heartbeat, once a distant echo, now thrummed in harmony with his own, each beat a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, to the courage required to face one's fears and embrace the uncertainty of freedom. As he walked, his steps light upon the cobblestones, Thomas carried with him the lessons of the night, a newfound resolve to live not in the safety of chains, but in the boundless possibility of the open road ahead. And so, with the dawn breaking and the fog retreating, the city awoke to a new day, its streets alive with the whispers of stories yet to be told, the echoes of the past mingling with the promise of the future. As the spectre's smile lingered in his memory, Thomas stepped forward, ready to embrace the day, the journey, and the freedom that lay waiting just beyond the horizon. As the first rays of the sun began to unfurl their golden tendrils over the slumbering city of London, the notorious fog, which had so tenaciously clung to the cobblestones and alleyways of Whitechapel, began to dissipate, as if in reluctant acquiescence to the dawn. The streets, which had been shrouded in a mysterious gloom, now revealed themselves in the soft, early light, their contours and corners emerging with a clarity that was both revealing and forgiving. The gas lamps, which had valiantly held their vigil against the night, flickered one by one into silence, their duty done until the return of dusk's embrace. The city, in its awakening, was a symphony of muted sounds and gentle rustlings, the distant clatter of a cart making its way down a cobbled lane, the faint echo of a church bell tolling in the distance, marking the hour with an almost reverential solemnity. The river, that ever-present artery of life and commerce, whispered its secrets as it flowed with a languid grace, its surface shimmering with the nascent glow of morning. There was a sense of renewal in the air, a quiet anticipation that seemed to promise that the day ahead held within its grasp the potential for new beginnings and the hope of redemption. As Thomas made his way through the streets, his footsteps echoing softly in the stillness, he could not help but feel a profound sense of connection to the world around him. It was as if the very air he breathed carried with it the sighs and dreams of those who had walked these streets before him, their lives and stories woven into the very fabric of the city. The spectre's words lingered in his mind, a gentle reminder that life, with all its complexities and challenges, was a gift to be cherished and embraced, not only for oneself, but for those who could no longer do so. Then live again, it had said, for those who cannot. These words, spoken with such quiet conviction, resonated within him, urging him to seize each moment with gratitude and purpose, to honour the memories of those who had come before by living his life to the fullest. It was a call to action, a gentle nudge to awaken from the stupor of complacency and to step boldly into the light of possibility. In the softening light, figures began to emerge from the shadows, their faces etched with the weariness of another day begun. A costermonger pushed his barrow, laden with the fresh produce of the fields, his voice ringing out in the morning air as he called to potential customers. A seamstress, her eyes heavy with the remnants of sleep, made her way to the workshop, her thoughts already turning to the tasks that awaited her nimble fingers. Each, in their own way, was a part of the intricate tapestry of life, their stories unfolding in concert with the rhythm of the city. The fog, which had once seemed impenetrable and eternal, now lay in wisps and tatters, retreating before the inexorable advance of the day. It was a reminder, perhaps, that even the densest of veils could be lifted, revealing the world in all its complexity and beauty. As Thomas continued on his path, this spectre's presence seemed to linger at the periphery of his consciousness, a benevolent guide on this journey of discovery and renewal. The city, in its vast and varied expanse, was a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of its inhabitants, each day a new chapter in the ever-evolving narrative of human endeavour. The echoes of the past, though ever-present, were but one part of the story, their lessons serving to illuminate the path forward for those willing to heed their wisdom. And so, with a heart full of hope and a spirit unburdened by the weight of indecision, Thomas embraced the day with open arms, ready to live again, not just for himself, but for those whose voices had been silenced by the passage of time. The fog continued to thin, revealing a world that was both familiar and new, its possibilities as vast as the horizon. As he walked, the gentle murmur of the river accompanied him, its cadence a measured balm to the soul. The journey, though fraught with the uncertainties inherent in all human endeavour, was one of promise and potential, each step a testament to the power of choice and the enduring strength of the human spirit. And as the city awoke around him, its heartbeat steady and sure, Thomas knew with a quiet certainty that he was where he was meant to be, ready to face whatever lay ahead with courage and grace. The night unfolded like a vast, shadowy tapestry, its intricate patterns woven with threads of mist and the dim glow of gaslight, whispering secrets to those who dared to listen. The streets of Whitechapel lay shrouded in a somnolent fog, a gentle veil that softened the harsh lines of the cobblestones and muted the clatter of distant footsteps, which echoed through the alleyways like the ghostly murmurs of forgotten tales. The lamps, standing as sentinels against the encroaching darkness, cast pools of golden light that flickered with a quiet persistence, their steady glow a beacon for weary souls wandering the night. It was within this ethereal setting that the watchman, a solitary figure draped in the shadows of his duty, re-emerged from the depths of the mist, his steps measured and deliberate, as if each footfall carried the weight of ages past. His presence was a familiar one, a constant amid the ever-changing landscape of the night, and his eyes, accustomed to the spectral visions of the fog, swept over the scene with a discerning gaze. He paused, his ears attuned to the symphony of silence that surrounded him, broken only by the occasional gust of wind that rustled the leaves and sent ripples through the shrouded air. Thomas, who had found a momentary solace in the quietude of his thoughts, turned his gaze upon the watchman, a gentle acknowledgment passing between them, a silent communion shared by those who keep vigil over the slumbering world. The watchman, his voice a low rumble that resonated with the timbre of the night, remarked upon the solitude of his watch, noting with a touch of bemusement that he had not seen another soul all night. His words hung in the air, sinking into the fog like pebbles cast into a still pond, creating gentle ripples that spread into the distance. Thomas, too moved by the simplicity of the moment and the profound stillness that enveloped them, found himself nodding in quiet agreement, words unnecessary in the face of such serene companionship. The watchman's observation was a reminder of the isolation that often accompanied the nocturnal hours, yet within it lay a certain comfort, a reminder that even in solitude there was a shared experience, a common thread that linked them to the great tapestry of life. The fog, ever present and all-encompassing, wrapped itself around them, a gentle embrace that blurred the boundaries between the known and the unknown, the seen and the unseen. It carried with it the faintest scent of the river, a reminder of its ceaseless flow, ever persistent under the watchful gaze of the moon, which peered through the clouded sky with an eye both curious and indifferent. The river, with its timeless song, echoed the rhythm of the night, a lullaby of water and wind that soothed the restless heart and whispered of distant shores. As the watchman continued on his rounds, his figure disappearing into the embrace of the fog, Thomas remained, his thoughts a quiet reflection of the scene before him. The city, with its myriad stories and countless lives, seemed to breathe in harmony with the night, each breath a testament to the endurance of spirit and the beauty found in the simplest of moments. The fog, the lamps, the echoing footsteps, all were part of a larger symphony, a chorus of sound, and silence that spoke to the soul in a language as old as time itself. And so, with the night drawing to its zenith, and the first faint hints of dawn beginning to paint the horizon with streaks of pale light, Thomas stood, a solitary figure amidst the swirling mists, his heart attuned to the quiet majesty of the world around him. The watchman's return, though brief, had left an indelible mark upon the canvas of the night, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, and the enduring strength found in the quiet companionship of those who walk the path of solitude. With a gentle sigh, Thomas turned his face towards the east, where the promise of a new day awaited, its light a symbol of hope and renewal. The city's heartbeat, steady and sure, thrummed in time with his own, a testament to the enduring power of choice and the quiet courage that lay within. And as he prepared to step forward into the dawn of a new day, he carried with him the knowledge that he was not alone, that even in the deepest solitude, the world was alive with the whispers of those who had come before, and those who would follow. The pale light of dawn, gentle and unassuming, began its slow and deliberate spread across the rooftops of Whitechapel, casting a soft glow that seemed to wash away the remnants of the night. The fog, ever a companion to the early hours, clung stubbornly to the narrow streets and alleys, swirling lazily in the crisp morning air, as though reluctant to relinquish its hold on the shadows. Here and there, the gaslights, guardians of the night, flickered uncertainly, their dim flames now muted by the encroaching daylight, casting long, slender shadows that stretched across the cobblestones in a final, fleeting dance before they too were swallowed by the growing brightness. As the dawn light grew ever more insistent, the bells of Whitechapel, which had tolled mournfully throughout the night, now fell silent, their echoes lingering for a moment in the stillness before fading into the ether. The cessation of their chimes left a serene quietude in its wake, a gentle hush that seemed to envelop the streets, as if the very air had taken a deep breath, and now held it in tender expectation of the day to come. In this newfound silence, the city seemed to pause, suspended in a moment between night and day, a liminal space where time itself seemed to stretch and yawn, inviting reflection and repose. The street, which had borne witness to countless footsteps, both hurried and measured throughout the long, dark hours, now began to grow warmer as the sun's first rays kissed the cold stone and brick, coaxing them to life once more. The fog, rendered almost ethereal by the dawn's touch, began to dissipate, revealing the familiar outlines of buildings and doorways, each with its own story to tell, each a silent witness to the world that passed by. It was as though the city itself was awakening, roused from its nocturnal slumber by the gentle insistence of the morning light. In this tranquil scene, the river, that ever-present ribbon of life that wound its way through the heart of the city, flowed with a hushed murmur, its waters catching the light and reflecting it back in myriad hues, a tapestry of shimmering colour that danced upon its surface. The distant cries of gulls, carried on the morning breeze, added their own notes to the symphony of the dawn, a reminder of the vastness of the world beyond the city's confines, a world where nature and humanity existed in a delicate balance, each dependent upon the other for its survival. And so, As the dawn continued its inexorable march across the sky, painting it with shades of pink and gold, the city of Whitechapel, with all its secrets and stories, its joys and sorrows, began to stir once more, ready to embrace the new day with all the promise it held. The footsteps that echoed through its streets were no longer the cautious, tentative steps of the night, but the purposeful stride of those who greeted the day with determination and hope, each step a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, to the courage and strength that lay within. As the light continued to spread and the warmth of the sun began to seep into every corner and crevice, the city, with all its complexities and contradictions, opened itself to the possibilities of the day. The echoes of the past, the whispers of those who had come before, mingled with the hopes and dreams of those who would follow, creating a tapestry of sound and silence, of light and shadow, that spoke of continuity and change, of the eternal cycle of life. Thus, as the morning unfolded, the city, with all its myriad stories, its triumphs and tragedies, stood poised on the brink of another day, ready to face whatever lay ahead with quiet resolve and unwavering courage. And as the dawn settled fully into day, the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the first note of the symphony that was to come, a symphony composed of 1,000 different voices, each adding its own unique melody to the chorus of life. The streets of Whitechapel lay quiet and still, shrouded in the gauzy embrace of an early morning mist that clung to the cobblestones like a forgotten memory. The gas lamps, with their feeble yet persistent glow, cast pools of timid light upon the slick ground, illuminating the ghostly outlines of the world as if viewed through the hazy lens of a dream. The air was tinged with the faint scent of dampness, and the distant, echoing call of a lone bell, tolling its solemn notes through the veil of fog, as if to signal the awakening of the city to its daily toil. In this spectral tableau, where the spectral figure had once stood, there remained only the imprint of footsteps, a solitary trail marked upon the earth, leading away into the oblivion of the mist. These footprints were identical to those of any common pedestrian, yet their presence was imbued with a certain enigmatic quality, as if they held within them the secrets of the night and the whispers of untold stories. They traced a path that seemed to lead nowhere, vanishing into the obscurity with an eerie finality that bespoke of mysteries yet to be unravelled. The fog, ever present and persistent, curled languidly around the iron posts of the street lamps, weaving between the shadows and the light, its tendrils brushing against the brick facades of the buildings with a gentle caress. It was a fog that seemed almost sentient, as if it were a living entity, watching and waiting, patient and eternal. Its presence lent an air of quiet solemnity to the empty street, a silence punctuated only by the occasional echo of a distant footfall, reverberating through the stillness like a muffled heartbeat. As the first weak rays of sunlight began to filter through the fog, the city slowly stirred from its slumber, awakening to the rhythmic cadence of the day. The footsteps, now barely visible, were like echoes of a past long forgotten, a reminder of the fleeting nature of time and the inexorable passage of life. The world seemed to hold its breath, caught in a moment of delicate balance, poised between the darkness and the light, the past and the future. In this fragile dawn, there was a sense of quiet anticipation, a feeling that something momentous was about to unfold, yet it remained elusive, hidden within the swirling mists and the echoing silence. The river, a silent sentinel, flowed with a hushed murmur, its waters reflecting the pale light of the sky, carrying with them the stories of countless souls who had passed through its embrace. The distant chiming of church bells rang out across the city, marking the passage of time with a gentle insistence, a reminder of the constancy of life amidst the ever-changing scenery. The footprints, now fading into the ether, were a testament to the transient nature of existence, a symbol of the ephemeral journey that each soul undertakes in their passage through this world. They spoke of lives lived and dreams pursued, of hopes and fears, triumphs and defeats, all woven together in the rich tapestry of the human experience. And as the city awoke to its daily rhythm, the footprints remained, a silent witness to the enduring spirit of those who had walked this path before. In the quietude of the empty street, there lingered a sense of calm reflection, an invitation to pause and consider the deeper mysteries of life, to ponder the unseen forces that shape our destinies and guide our steps along the winding road of existence. The fog, now lifting gently, revealed the world in all its complexity and beauty, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance of light and shadow, past and present, seen and unseen. And so, as the morning unfolded into day, the city embraced the promise of a new beginning, a fresh chapter in the ever-unfolding story of life. The footprints, now almost imperceptible, remained etched upon the earth, a quiet testament to the enduring presence of those who had come before, their spirits alive in the whispers of the wind and the gentle murmur of the river. The morning light, delicate and tentative, streamed through the window panes with a humble insistence, casting a gentle glow upon the room where a solitary figure sat, absorbed in the quiet contemplation of a relic from the past. An old letter, yellowed with age and brittle to the touch, lay unfolded upon the table, its presence a reminder of bygone days, of whispers shared in hushed tones and sentiments exchanged with the fervour of youth. The ink, once bold and decisive, had all but faded, save for a solitary line that remained starkly visible against the parchment's pallor. "You are forgiven." This singular phrase, suspended in time and space, echoed silently within the confines of the room, a testament to the enduring power of absolution. It was as though the words themselves breathed with a life of their own, whispering softly of reconciliation and peace, of burdens lifted and hearts unshackled. The message, simple yet profound, resonated with an almost ethereal quality, like the distant chime of church bells heard across the river's expanse, mingling with the fog that lingered like a spectral presence in the early morning air. Outside, the city stirred to life, its rhythms and cadences weaving a tapestry of sound that ebbed and flowed with the energy of countless souls. The gas lamps, flickering in the nascent daylight, cast long shadows upon the cobblestones, their glow a steadfast companion to the footsteps that echoed softly in the lanes. The familiar melody of the street vendors' cries intertwined with the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that enveloped the senses, inviting those who listened to lose themselves in its measured embrace. Yet within the room, time seemed to stand still, as if held in thrall by the power of those 4 simple words, "You are forgiven." What stories lay hidden behind that frail script? What transgressions absolved? What hearts mended? The mind wandered through the corridors of possibility, imagining the lives touched by this ephemeral note, the smiles restored, the tears wiped away. It was a reminder that in the grand narrative of human existence, forgiveness was a balm potent enough to heal wounds unseen, to bridge chasms deep and wide. The room, with its worn furnishings and faint aroma of lavender, exuded an aura of tranquility, as if the very walls had absorbed the essence of the letter's message. Outside, the fog, ever present and ever changing, drifted languidly across the river, shrouding the city in a veil of mystery and quietude. The river itself murmured softly, its waters a gentle lullaby to the world beyond, a constant yet mutable presence that bore witness to the endless cycles of life and time. As the moments stretched languorously into hours, the letter remained the focal point of contemplation, its presence a silent guardian of secrets untold. The air within the room seemed to vibrate with an almost palpable sense of history, as if the very atoms had been rearranged by the force of the words inscribed upon the page. It was a moment rich with the promise of redemption, a testament to the enduring power of the written word to transcend the boundaries of time and space, to offer solace and understanding across the vast expanse of human experience. And so, as the day unfolded with a measured grace, the letter lay upon the table, its secret revealed, its purpose fulfilled. The room, bathed in the soft light of the morning sun, seemed to exhale a sigh of contentment, as if acknowledging the quiet triumph of forgiveness over grievance, of peace over discord. The world outside continued its ceaseless dance, the echoes of footsteps and the murmur of the river harmonizing in a measured refrain that invited reflection and repose. In this moment, suspended between the past and the present, the letter served as a bridge, connecting hearts and minds across the tapestry of time. Its message, though simple, resonated with a profound truth, a gentle reminder that forgiveness is not merely an act of grace, but a gift bestowed upon the soul, freeing it to soar beyond the confines of regret and remorse. As the first light of dawn timidly stretched its fingers across the cobblestones of Commercial Street, a curious hush hung in the air, like the breath of the city held in anticipation. The morning fog, thick and languid, swirled gently around the lamp-posts, their gaslights casting a soft, golden hue that seemed to dance upon the mist. The world was bathed in a muted glow, tender and dreamlike, as if the very atmosphere had conspired to soften the edges of harsher realities. Shopkeepers, their voices still rough with the residue of slumber, emerged from shadowed doorways, their movements slow and deliberate as they lifted the heavy shutters with a creaking protest that echoed through the narrowing streets. Amidst this tranquil awakening, the city seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, as if grateful for the reprieve from the restless vigour of the night. The clatter of hooves was muted by the fog, their rhythmic cadence a gentle lullaby to the cobblestones beneath, the occasional call of a vendor, heralding the freshness of their wares, punctuated the morning air with the note of earnest industry. Yet there was a gentleness to it all, a slowness that wrapped itself around the bustling activity, softening its edges as though time itself had decided to pause and allow the world a moment of reflection. Across the street, a solitary figure moved with a purpose that belied the languid pace of the surroundings, his footsteps a measured cadence upon the cobbles. He was a man of nondescript appearance, his coat buttoned against the morning chill, his hat pulled low over a face that bore the lines of many a year, etched in the faint silver of experience and tempered wisdom. As he crossed the thoroughfare, the fog curled around his legs like a spectral cloak, lending his stride an ethereal quality, as if he floated between the realms of dream and reality. Above, the sky, still dressed in the deep hues of night reluctantly giving way to dawn, seemed to echo the sentiment of the street below. The clouds, heavy with the promise of rain, drifted languorously, their passage marked by the faint, distant tolling of a church bell, its sound carried by the breeze like a whispered benediction. The city, in its waking moments, appeared to embrace this slower rhythm, as if acknowledging the sanctity of the dawn and the grace it bestowed upon those willing to observe it. To the east, the river Thames moved with a quiet dignity, its surface a shimmering ribbon of silver beneath the fog. Its waters whispered against the stone embankments, carrying with them the secrets of the night and the hopes of the day yet to unfold. The river's voice was a constant, measured presence, a reminder of the constancy of time's flow, unaffected by the transitory concerns of those who dwelt upon its banks. As the man continued his journey, the world around him seemed to shift and settle into a comforting familiarity. The shopkeepers, having completed their morning rituals, turned their attention to the tasks at hand, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of gaslight and the promise of a new day. The street, once a silent witness to the solitude of night, now thrummed with the quiet energy of life unfolding, a testament to the resilience of those who called it home. And so, in this gentle crossing from darkness into light, the city of London began yet another chapter in its storied existence. With each step, the man became a part of the tapestry of life that wove itself through the streets and alleys, a single thread in the grand design that connected all who walked its paths. As he moved forward, the fog parted before him, revealing the promise of the day ahead, a day filled with the potential for forgiveness, for redemption, for the simple joys of life. In this moment, as the city awoke to embrace the morning, there was a sense of unity, of shared purpose, and quiet determination that bound its inhabitants together in an unspoken pact. The world, for all its faults and failings, was indeed a place of wonder and grace, where kindness could flourish amidst the shadows, and hope could be found in the most unexpected of places. And with that thought, the man continued on his way, the rhythm of his footsteps a gentle echo of the heartbeat of the city itself, as the pale fingers of dawn began their tentative caress of the slumbering city. A curious dance ensued between the burgeoning sunlight and the ever-present fog of Whitechapel. This fog, a constant companion to the weary streets, hung low and thick, a spectral veil through which the morning light strained to penetrate, casting an ethereal glow upon cobblestones worn smooth by the passage of countless feet. the light, in its gentle persistence, found its way into the narrow crevices and forgotten corners, where it alighted with a muted brilliance, as if whispering secrets to the shadows that lingered there, amidst this quiet interplay of light and mist. The gas lamps, steadfast sentinels of the night, still flickered with the dim resolve, their glass enclosures wreathed in a soft halo of luminescence that seemed to sigh in relief at the advent of another day. These lamps, with their iron posts rooted firmly against the encroaching gloom, stood as silent witnesses to the nocturnal murmurs and solitary wanderings of those who traversed the cobbled paths in solitude. The echoes of their footsteps, a gentle reminder of the lives intertwined within this urban tapestry, now faded into the gentle hum of the awakening city, in a quiet alcove, where the fog curled possessively around the wrought-iron fence of a small garden square. A solitary pocket watch lay upon a stone bench, its glass face catching the first glimmer of sunlight. The watch, an heirloom of modest elegance, ticked with a measured cadence that spoke of time's inexorable march forward, each second a testament to the continuity of existence amidst the ever-changing tableau of life. Its hands, delicate and precise, marked the passage of moments with a serene dignity, as if to reassure the world that, despite the shadows of night, a new morning had indeed arrived. The gentle ticking of the watch, a rhythmic counterpoint to the distant tolling of a church bell, underscored the quietude of the hour, a soft lullaby to the city's awakening heart. The river, too, joined in this morning chorus, its waters whispering against the banks with a measured constancy, as if to echo the sentiments of renewal and hope that the dawn unfailingly inspired. Along its edges, the fog hovered like a guardian spirit, embracing the ripples with a tender touch, while the light played upon its surface, painting it with hues of gold and silver. As the sun climbed higher, its rays pierced the fog with greater insistence, illuminating the intricate patterns etched into the buildings, each brick and stone telling a story of its own. The city, with its myriad layers of history and humanity, seemed to breathe with renewed vigour, its pulse quickening in anticipation of the day's unfolding. The echoes of distant voices, carried on the morning breeze, mingled with the sounds of horses' hooves and the creak of wheels, creating a symphony of life that resonated with the promise of new beginnings. In this tranquil moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, caught in the delicate balance between the vestiges of night and the full embrace of day. The fog, reluctant to relinquish its hold, lingered in the shadows, but the light, persistent and unwavering, continued its gentle advance, revealing the city in all its complexity and charm. The watch, meanwhile, kept its steady vigil, a symbol of constancy amidst the ever-changing tides of time, reminding all who paused to listen that, in the end, the rhythm of life is a dance between the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknown. As the murmur of the city enveloped him, with the distant sound of horse-drawn carriages mingling with the echo of footsteps on cobblestones, the gentleman found himself standing before a modest establishment, a watchmaker's shop nestled amidst the bustling thoroughfares of Whitechapel. The shop, with its time-worn facade and humble signs swinging gently in the evening breeze, seemed to whisper tales of countless moments captured and released, each tick and tock a testament to the inexorable passage of time. The gaslights cast a warm, flickering glow upon the windows, creating a dance of shadows that played upon the glass, as if inviting the passer-by to step inside and lose themselves in the intricate workings of time itself. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, and he was greeted by the familiar scent of oil and brass, mingled with the faint aroma of varnished wood, a scent that spoke of meticulous craftsmanship and dedication. The shopkeeper, a man of advancing years with spectacles perched precariously upon the bridge of his nose, looked up from his workbench, where an array of delicate tools lay scattered like the instruments of a master conductor, ready to orchestrate the symphony of gears and springs. His eyes, though weary, held a spark of curiosity and kindness, a reflection of the life spent in the company of timepieces and their silent, rhythmic song. The gentleman approached the counter, his footsteps softened by the worn carpet that muffled the sound, and placed before the watchmaker a small, intricately designed watch, its face gleaming with the soft lustre of polished silver. "I bring to you this watch," he began, his voice a gentle murmur that blended with the quiet ticking of the clocks that adorned the walls, "to entrust it with your care. It is my hope that you will keep it running, a gift, if you will, to the next soul who finds themselves in need of its gentle reminder of life's constancy." The watchmaker, with a nod of understanding, took the timepiece into his hands, his fingers deftly tracing the contours of its casing, as though reading the history etched into its surface. "A noble gesture," he replied, his voice carrying the weight of wisdom and experience. "For in a world where all is fleeting, to preserve such a token of stability is indeed a worthy endeavour." He set about examining the watch, his practised hands moving with an elegance born of years spent in silent communion with the mechanisms of time, his touch as gentle as a whisper. As the watchmaker worked, the gentleman allowed his gaze to wander about the shop, taking in the kaleidoscope of timepieces that adorned the shelves, each one a guardian of moments both monumental and mundane. The soft clicking of their movements was a symphony of precision, a chorus that echoed the heartbeat of the city beyond these walls. In the corner, an ornate grandfather clock stood sentinel, its pendulum swinging in a slow, deliberate arc, marking the passage of time with a steady grace that seemed to transcend the chaos of the world outside. Outside, the fog began to gather once more, its tendrils curling around the lampposts and creeping along the cobblestones, shrouding the streets in a gentle embrace. The gaslights flickered, their glow casting halos upon the mist, creating an ethereal landscape where shapes and shadows danced in a silent ballet. The muffled sounds of the city, a distant bell tolling, the clip-clop of hooves, became part of this symphony, a lullaby of urban life that soothed the senses and quieted the mind. With his task complete, the watchmaker returned the watch to the gentleman, its ticking now as steady as a heartbeat, a promise of constancy fulfilled. "It is ready," he said, his voice imbued with a quiet satisfaction, "to continue its journey, to mark the moments of another life, and to remind them of the beauty found in each passing second." The gentleman accepted the watch with a nod of gratitude, the weight of it in his hand a comforting reassurance of life's enduring rhythm. As he turned to leave, The watchmaker offered a parting thought, his words carrying the warmth of a shared understanding. "Time, my friend, is a most peculiar companion," he mused, "for though it marches ever forward, it has a way of connecting us to the past and the future, binding us in a tapestry of shared experience." With these words, the gentleman stepped out into the night, the fog closing around him like a gentle shroud, the watch nestled safely in his pocket, its ticking a steady companion as he walked into the mist-laden streets of Whitechapel. And so, with the soft echo of his footsteps fading into the distance, the scene transitioned once more, the city continuing its eternal dance, each moment a note in the grand symphony of life, waiting to be discovered by those who paused to listen. As the misty shroud of Whitechapel enfolded the cobbled streets in its familiar embrace, the world seemed to hold its breath, as if in anticipation of a gentle revelation. The fog, thick and languorous, swirled around the lampposts, transforming their flickering gaslights into halos of muted golden glow, casting an ethereal light upon the paving stones. It was as if the very air was steeped in a wistful reminiscence, the kind that clings to the heart with a quiet insistence, urging reflection upon the passage of time and the gentle, inexorable flow of life. Above this serene tableau, the silhouette of the church stood steadfast, its spire piercing the heavens, a silent sentinel watching over the slumbering city. And then, amidst the enveloping hush, there came a sound both familiar and comforting, a solitary note that resonated with a clarity that cut through the fog like a beacon of warmth and solace. The church bell, in its dignified cadence, let forth a singular toll, its sonorous voice echoing through the mist, bouncing gently off the brick facades and disappearing into the night, leaving behind a trail of tranquility. This bell, clear and kind, seemed to carry with it the weight of countless stories, the joys and sorrows, the hopes and resignations of all those who had passed beneath its watchful eye. It was a sound that spoke not of urgency or alarm, but rather of continuity and connection, a reminder of the unseen thread that binds each soul to the fabric of the universe. In its clarity, there was a certain kindness, an invitation to pause and consider the quiet beauty of the moment, to reflect upon the gentle passage of time. As the echoes of the bell faded into the distance, merging with the soft whisper of the breeze that stirred the fog, the scene remained imbued with the sense of calm repose. The river, a silent companion to the city, flowed on with ceaseless grace, its surface a mirror to the heavens above, reflecting the pale light of a shrouded moon. Its gentle murmur was a lullaby of nature, a song sung since time immemorial, a testament to the eternal rhythm of life. Footsteps, measured and deliberate, could be discerned upon the cobblestones, a reminder of the lives that populated this quiet corner of the world, each step a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, to the courage it takes to walk through the fog, trusting that the way forward, though obscured, is nonetheless there, waiting to be discovered. These footsteps, echoing softly, seemed to converse with the bell, as if in a gentle dialogue that spanned time and space, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. In this moment of introspection, the city seemed to draw a collective breath, as though savouring the tranquillity that the night had bestowed. The lamplight, with its gentle flicker, cast long shadows that danced upon the walls, creating a tapestry of light and dark, a reminder of the duality of existence, of the balance between shadow and illumination. It was a dance as old as time itself, a choreography that played out each night in the quiet corners of the world, unseen yet deeply felt. The bell's farewell note, though singular, continued to resonate in the heart. Its presence felt long after the last echo had faded. It was a sound that called for reflection, for gratitude, for a gentle acknowledgement of the beauty inherent in the simplest of moments. It invited the listener to pause, to breathe, to let the gentle rhythm of the night wash over them, enveloping them in a sense of peace and quietude. And so, as the night wore on, the city continued its eternal dance, each moment a note in the grand symphony of life, a melody composed of light and shadow, of silence and sound. The fog, the river, the lamplight, and the footsteps all played their part in this nocturnal sonata, a harmonious blend that lulled the senses and invited the soul to rest. The church bell, with its clear and kind voice, was but one note in this symphony, yet its presence lingered, a gentle reminder of the beauty that lies in the quiet, unhurried moments of life. As the first faint light of dawn began to stretch its delicate fingers across the cobblestone streets of Whitechapel, the fog reluctantly relinquished its hold on the night, revealing the subtle shifts of the world awakening from its slumber. The gaslights, which had stood as sentinels through the hours of darkness, now flickered in acknowledgement of the coming day, their golden glow slowly retreating as the sun prepared its ascent. The river, that constant and unwavering companion, continued its gentle murmur, a soft and perpetual lullaby that seemed to converse with the morning mist, sharing secrets known only to the elements and time itself. Thomas, with a thoughtful pace that neither hurried nor hesitated, continued his journey through the awakening streets, his steps a quiet echo upon the stones that had borne witness to countless such mornings. The air was crisp, and carried with it a hint of moisture, a reminder of the night's embrace that lingered still. As he walked, the world around him began to come alive. The soft rustle of leaves, the distant clatter of a milkman's cart, and the occasional bark of a dog all signalled the gradual return to the rhythm of daily life. Yet, amid these familiar sounds, there was a peace, a profound stillness that enveloped the scene, as if the very air was imbued with a sense of reverence for the new day. The spectre, that elusive and ethereal presence, now unseen but not forgotten, watched Thomas with an indescribable calm. No longer bound by the shadows of the night, it lingered as an unseen guardian, a silent witness to the simplicity of a man going about his morning. The spectre's watchful gaze was not one of malice or mischief, but rather of contentment, a gentle acknowledgement that its purpose had been fulfilled. As Thomas continued on, unaware of the spectre's quiet vigil, the spectre's form seemed to dissolve into the very air, merging with the fog and light, becoming one with the essence of the morning itself. With each step, Thomas left behind the world of shadows and mystery, moving towards the brightness of the day with a heart unburdened and a mind at ease. The streets, which had been shrouded in mystery and silence, now began to reveal themselves in the soft glow of dawn. Windows, slowly open to the world, curtains drawn aside to welcome the day. The gentle hum of life, so often unnoticed, began to fill the air. Yet, through it all, the echoes of the night remained, a reminder of the quiet, introspective moments that had passed, and the unseen spectre who had borne witness. As the morning unfolded, the spectre found its peace, settling into the background of existence, no longer a ghostly figure haunting the night, but a part of the very fabric of the world. It rested in the soft shadows cast by the rising sun, in the whispers of the wind as it danced through the trees, and in the gentle ripples upon the river's surface. The spectre, once a solitary figure in the dark, had found its place amidst the light, a serene presence that would remain as long as the rivers flowed, and the fogs rolled in. The bells of the church, ever present and ever faithful, began to toll once more, their notes carrying through the morning air with a clarity and warmth that spoke of hope and renewal. Each chime resonated with a promise of the day ahead, a gentle reminder that with each dawn comes the opportunity for fresh beginnings and the chance to leave behind the shadows of the past. As their echoes faded into the distance, they left behind a stillness that was both profound and comforting, a moment suspended in time where the world seemed to pause and take a breath before the rush of the day began. And so, as Thomas continued on his path, and the spectre found its rest, the world of Whitechapel emerged from its nocturnal embrace, ready to greet the day with open arms. The fog, the river, the lamplight, and the footsteps all played their part in this quiet symphony of life, a harmonious blend that lulled the senses and invited the soul to pause, to reflect, and to find peace in the ordinary beauty of the world. As the day unfolded, the echoes of the night lingered still, a gentle reminder of the moments that had passed, and the promise of those yet to come.